minutes. Good to see Chris Weir here today. He hasn't been here wasn't here Friday, Saturday, and was sorely missed. Bernie had no one to beat. Love you, Chris. Ella missed you yesterday as well. For those of you that don't know little Louise, Olivia has come up from New South Wales. Olivia is Louise's succession plan after the 2032 games, so it's a long induction. She's very, very good. New South Wales have had one good thing going for them and they lost it. Kicking off with the Flying 200s very soon. If anyone has a song request, just send me a message. If there's any English people here, you really suck at cricket. I can see why you're not down at the Gabba, because there's only about 15 minutes of play left before you get demoralised again. Joe Root was an enormous disappointment yesterday. Obviously, his 1 century was a fluke. So Olivia Wright from the QAS will get things started with the Flying 200. Olivia back from Appledorn earlier this year, where she competed at the World Championships, came home with the bronze. Relatively new to the sport, but picking it up very, very quickly. Not much fun being the first up in the first event, but we'll see how she goes. Olivia Wright really winding that gear up, gets the bell and heads into her work. Great position on the bike. She stops the clock with 5.947 for the halfway split. And that's a 12.085. Very good time to open up proceedings here this morning. Josh Nixon from the University of Queensland up next. Josh Nixon, really aggressive wind up there. The boys on really big gears, so they start the wind up a bit earlier than the juniors, and some of the ladies on the smaller gears, he comes around and he'll stop the clock with an 11.524. Good time there for Josh. Actually, these days, the girls are sometimes on bigger gears than the men, but you'll see the riders on the bigger gears winding up a lot earlier. The juniors on the small gears tend to wind up a lot later. Up on the track now, Will Emilias from Balmoral. Mum and Dad on the cameras. Emilias starts the clock. He's looking pretty rapid as he heads down that back straight. We'll look for the fastest half split, which was 5.4, and he stops the clock with a 10.949. Great time there from Will Emilias. Usually when Will finishes a time, the parents ring each other and discuss his time, but they're right here beside each other up in the live stream. I think that's a thumbs up from Papa. Dad's smiling. That was a cracker of a time. Up next, Chris Mullins. Chris Mullins right up at the top of the fence, using all the height. Really hooking in. Well, he's hit that at good speed. Looks good as he heads down the back straight. 5.8 is the split at the halfway mark. And Chris will stop the clock with an 11.973. Third fastest time. Up next, Milan Bradshaw. So you'll notice quite a few riders over the weekend wearing these white jerseys, white kits. That's Heed Performance. That's Bryson's coaching company. If you're looking for some sprint coaching, he seems to be doing a good job, because these people wearing this kit have had a lot of success over the last 3 days. All right, Milan getting plenty of encouragement as she heads down the back straight. She's looking good, very aero on the bike, a good line, comes out of turn 4. And she's hugging that black line, and she stops the clock with a 12.304. Up next, Ella Liang. Way too slow. All right, Ella out of the saddle and heading into her flying 200. .139 is the split, and 12.377 her time. Up next, Madison Smith. Maddie Smith from Gold Coast Cycling Club.
Yeah, you watch Mitch and Tommy and those guys. Their lead-in is like 65 k's an hour. Yeah. They must think that all the girls are going to fade after if they wind up too early. No, they should go. Yeah. Yeah. Like I've always sprinters they wind up more people than runners.
Maddie Smith, hair flailing, 6.366 is her split, 12.890. Last of our riders for event number 1 before our juniors come out is Oscar Winchester. Oscar, relatively new to the sport, but he's come along in leaps and bounds. He's had a great weekend. Great cadence. It's a 5.7, third fastest split for Oscar. And he stops the clock, 11.496. Great time from Oscar. All right, first of our juniors, Isla Tompkinson.
I think that's freaking a win everybody for 17 until the national.
Morning. You commentating? That's not Isla Tompkinson, that's April Paddy. April Paddy starts the clock and heads down the back straight. Her split, 6.537. And April stops the clock with a 13.168. Judd Larkins from the University of Queensland. Juddy Larkins gets the bell. He's hooking in as he heads down and over the tape and starts the clock. He's won everything, this kid. He's very, very accomplished already. And Juddy sets the bar with 13.770, an average of 52.3. Great time from young Judd Larkins.
That was up on the screen this morning as well, wasn't it?
Milan Klein from Bundy up next. You see Milan using the early laps to wind up to the top of the track. All right, Milan diving down into the 200. Right down over the top of the stem. 8.559, the split at the halfway mark. Great ride from Milan, 17.544. It's great to have so many Bundy riders joining us for the weekend. Had a great time a couple of weeks ago up there for the Bundaberg Cycling Spectacular. Always a great carnival. Put it in your calendar for next year. It seems like a long way away, but the years go very, very quickly. I think time sped up. Evie Rose out on the track from Balmoral Cycling Club. Evie Rose has been a great help with the presentations. And then we've had Dad on the microphone for the last 2 days. Had to work today, apparently. But he did a great job. Evie Rose just working her way up to the fence. All right, Evie has started the clock and she's got the cadence going, looking really good. She heads down and it's a 7.746 split. That's the second fastest split. And stops the clock with the second fastest time of 15.658. Great ride from Evie Rose. Up next, her brother, Whitfield. All right, Whitfield out of the saddle and he's flying down the back straight. Out of the saddle again to pick up the pace. 8.998, fourth fastest halfway split. A great ride there from Whitfield. He stops the clock at 19.012. Austin Tompkinson up next from Balmoral's only been on the track for a couple of months, but he's doing a great job. This is Tyler Tompkinson's cousin. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right, Austin gets the bell and is out of the saddle.
That's pretty old technology. You can't have a look at it. You've got such good form. I don't know, but there's kids down here lining up for something, so I'm going to get in on them.
Do you want a new printed program?
Yeah, they're holding. Holding.
Oh.
So we're not using the gate, we're just holding. These are kids who didn't do the 200, but I think this will help keep them on. Seems to be. There doesn't seem to be any other people running it. That was listed as bid 3. Will it be on the dock? If your boss keeps doing that between now and Nationals, he'll be good for about 11. 17. That's pretty good. Especially for kidding, because it's 3 weeks of zero. Yeah, very good. We got 5 kids there. We've got Miss Tompkins, Miss Tomkinson. There's a few warming up down here. Nice as Omnium, there's like 6 little classified They just don't have enough numbers. That's what happens when you have 8 different stations. The reason why it's just that summer.
However, it wasn't brought in for you. I tested them
Pam's riding on his own track. That's it. I'm just doing the whole thing. Go party.
Just trying to reconnect.
I'm in the back to him.
With this access which is over the shoulder, probably can't even see. Victor, which is asking Judd to do some work, to Judd obliges. They realise they have to work together to hold on to the backwards. Race comes off, back rolls up. That's good at understanding what it is to be the favourite. Steve Rose and I doing their best to get back on.
Oliver is leading. Go Oliver.
Should I go in Ireland?
This is and Victor is holding up.
Okay.
She knows at some point it's going to die down, so she's just
Go Oliver! Send it!
now she's got him boxed.
So come out the front.
This is the day we're going to line for the
This is their opportunity to take a handicap lead. She's going to take it. They might have left the cap too big.
Victor doing a fantastic job.
Well done.
Just take the opportunity. Back then we just got to do right across the top of the front. Just like it's coming down the outside. Max is now coming. Max is plenty of place. Just Marcus needs to sort of forward.
You got the front two there, Chuck?
Max takes the lead. Just second. Up the top of the second. Here you go.
That was a weird little race, wasn't it?
Well, when you outcome, that's about really expect that was really quite
Metamorphosize. So that warming up all the
Big shout out to the Light Training team. Big matches out there, full of that's exciting. looks like Zane Hamilton is working from the Velodrome today. Cameron does the same thing on the front. And Anderson was picking up the pace. 7 laps to go. They do have the Omnium coming up, so possibly consider that as a state event championship up the drag. Luca slides to pass Taylor close to the track. Luca has successfully twice on help. It gets on the back with QLD stretched out with his front group. That was sneaky from Cameron. We've seen lots of that was on the front in the last 3 days. And very good there. So 2-6 match race. Cameron does a 7 first. Kenny Matheson 7th. With third.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, sometimes when I was like sort of, so is that one? Yes, yeah. Really, yeah. But no, I need control.
Another great race coming up. So, the final serve, Raymond, Thomas, Young,
What that yeah, like this one. I reckon if it
Jerry on the front.
Oh. No, it is out. It's on site. Yeah, it's almost swapped. Powered on. Stand by. Oh, there. Okay.
On the outside of the back strap. I think that gold here and Adelaide, 59. There's someone watching it that doesn't need it anymore.
Dude.
Anyone looking for a gold here, 459. You got one. Steve,
Sorry? Nah, it's fine. I always get it. It's just, I'm trying to be slack and not get the tripod out. But I think I'm going to have to. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just stuck it on the tripod. Where I need to.
Next week, I think it is. Welcome,
Okay. No, we can't get the squid, right? It just moves, yeah. There. It's a little bit wet. Because it's not along the bottom of the frame. The top of the frame is fine. Yeah. But the bottom of the frame is, yeah, when it's down lower. Yeah. Really noticeable in the bottom of the frame.
All right, the first of our match sprints. Milan Bradshaw from Heed Performance up against Olivia Wright from the QAS. Milan Bradshaw leading out now. The ladies heading to the fence. They get the bell. Olivia putting power on the pedals as they head down the back straight. Seems to have the ascendancy. She goes around and will get over the top. Bradshaw fighting back, but Wright gets the win.
Justice there and Oscar. The Chris is here. I've seen him today. I don't know. How did he mention it? He was definitely here looking like he's going to ride, but I don't know that I've seen him ride. He said he was tired. That's pretty normal when people move slowly off the track. They all walk so slowly.
All right, next match sprint. Josh Nixon leading out. Oscar Winchester second wheel. And Will Emilias rounding out the field. So Emilias moves up into second wheel. Josh hits the afterburners. Oh, Oscar Winchester's right up there with him. This is a great ride from Oscar Winchester. Look at him go. Will Emilias is going to come around the outside. Josh is fighting back. And Will takes the win. He likes to... He loves to measure his ride and just come over at the last minute. But good lead out there from Josh. But what about the ride there from Oscar? Very good. Up next, Maddie Smith and Ella Liang.
Yeah, she's sitting down there with someone. Looks like it might even be Max.
Maddie Smith in the black skin suit and Ella in the new QAS kit. Maddie leading out as they head down the back straight. Ella now taking the front position. Maddie dives down now. Ella picking up the pace. Maddie coming up into her shoulder. Drag race down the back straight. And Maddie over the top as they head down the back straight for the win.
Looks like she's not giving the directions to actually wait until the last 200 or something.
April Paddy and Max Edwards. Max Edwards on the front.
No, the camera's on.
Max Edwards leading as they head into lap 2. Now April Paddy dives down into the front. April Paddy takes the initiative. She drops down from turn number 4, and Max Edwards has some work to do as they head down the back straight. Max down on the stem. He's coming up. That's going to be close. April Paddy pushing back as they come into the main straight. She has a quick look over her shoulder, and April Paddy holds on to take the win. Great racing there from April and Max. Why? All right, that brings us to another event, the Junior Handicap Scratch Race, event number 8. Milan Klein is up on the fence. Austin. Whitfield. Austin's doing a lap by the look. Evie Rose, Judd, Larkins. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I'm still getting it from third peak. I'm still getting the meter on here.
So a handicap scratch race. So we have 3 riders off the front. Austin, Milan and Whitfield. And the riders chasing is Winter, Judd and Evie Rose. So Milan doing the work down the back straight. The leaders are in the back straight. They come into turn 3 now. Evie Rose keeping the pace high on the back straight. There's only 3 laps to go. They've got their work cut out to close this gap. Winter Bradshaw down on the stem. Both groups working well together. So the gap's starting to come down now. Austin looks over his shoulder and gets out of the saddle. Milan driving the pace at the front. But here comes Judd Larkins, Evie Rose and Winter Bradshaw. They're about to make the catch. One lap on the lap board, the bell lap. Milan out of the saddle, throwing the shoulders around. Evie Rose trying to get over the top of Milan. Milan's kicked. Look at Milan go down the back straight. Judd comes around the outside. Can Milan hold on for a place? Judd Larkins is going to get the win. Milan can she hold on? Evie Rose comes over the top. Milan third. Fantastic riding there from Milan and Austin. Also Whitfield, but Judd Larkins too strong. So another match sprint. So 3 laps on the lap board. Harley Bradshaw leading them out. Munsley is the in third wheel. And he takes the early initiative with 2 laps to go. He's going to time trial this out. Larkins is catching. Bradshaw on that little gear, and just spinning out. Larkins now around the outside. It was a good idea to go early, but Larkins with enough, and he takes the win. Munsley second. Bradshaw would have had to have done 200 RPM to keep up with those guys. All right, 10 laps on the lap board. We've got Judd Larkins, Winter, Evie Rose and Isla. Isla Tompkinson on the front as they head down the back straight. It's a pretty relaxed pace at the moment. 8 laps on the lap board. Isla Tompkinson still on the front. Evie Rose coming up onto her shoulder with Judd Larkins and Winter Bradshaw in tow. So first of the sprints in this points race, and Judd Larkins round the outside has Winter Bradshaw right on his wheel. Winter out of the saddle. She's going to contest. Oh, Judd Larkins comes right up out of the lane there. And Judd gets the maximum points. Winter Bradshaw moves to the front. Evie Rose, then Isla Tompkinson over the line with 4 laps to go. Two laps to go. Well, they come around to get the bell. Isla Tompkinson picks up the pace. Judd Larkins in hot pursuit. Winter Bradshaw right on his wheel. The repeat of the first points race. Good work from Isla Tompkinson to pick up the pace. Winter Bradshaw trying again to get over the top. She gets over the stem. Judd Larkins holds her out. They come out of turn 4. Judd Larkins going to pick up the maximum points. Great ride there from Winter. Third over the line, Isla, and then Evie Rose. All right, up next, another sprint derby. 4 riders this time. Bunsley, Larkins, Bradshaw and Edwards. Larkins, Edwards, Mundley and Bradshaw. Larkins hitting the straps with 2 laps to go. Bradshaw just getting overtaken now by Bunsley. Edwards trying to get onto the wheel as well. Looks like Larkins may have done enough, but he's under some pressure as he comes out of turn 4, but he'll hold on to win another one. First place to Flynn, Larkins, Bunsley, then Edwards. Okay, the Masters are back out. We'll put some age-appropriate music on. Actually, a good field of Masters out the back there. Cameron Douglas Savage on the front in the purple. Andy Matheson, Luca, Tex Walker, the big guy in the black. And then Jay Dorenboom. Andrew Moore, Peter Macros, Chris Weir, Scott Smith, Andy Matheson. Well, the men's Masters 2 to 6 tempo race is underway. 29 laps on the lap board. They'll get a whistle or some such for the start of the points. After the whistle, it'll be the leader of that lap will get 1 point. So they get the bell for the first of the points, and Luca off the front, he wants some early points, and it's not such a bad idea to get early points in a tempo, because more often than not, there's a breakaway and a couple of riders share all the points, and if you can get some early points, you can find yourself on the podium even with one or two. Luca's going to get more than one, and Peter Meares is on the front still with 24 laps on the lap board. The rider's happy for Luca to get himself a couple of early points. Now Andy Matheson on the front. Andy would be one of the contenders for this race, so he would not be content for Luca to sit out the front just gathering points. And with him another contender, the winner of the scratch race, Cameron Douglas Savage, any more trying to bridge the gap as well. Will Luca get on the back of these two? So Andy Moore picks up an early point. Cameron Douglas Savage is not going to contest for this one, or is he? He does. Goes around the outside. Andy Moore just steps off the gas to get on the wheel, and Douglas Savage around the outside. Now the field is really split, and you can see a couple of riders now off the front. Cameron and Andy now working together. No, Cameron's pulled off. So Andy Matheson's out on his own. Luca looks over his shoulder. Scott Smith, Tex Walker and Jay Dorenboom are a little way back, but Andy Matheson has got it all his own way at the moment. Now Luca's going to roll up and join the cavalry, which is good for Cameron Douglas Savage because he gets a wheel, but the chase group has gotten away from Luca. Matheson still out on his own. He picks up another point, which takes him to the lead with 4. The chase group all roll up, which leaves Scott Smith look over his shoulder. So thanks a lot, fellas. The chase group have done in England and given up. Andy Matheson looks over his shoulder and welcomes a little bit of help off the front. So Scott Smith will be indulged the point on this lap, and he'll roll up and the two will work together. Well, this one's playing out like almost every other tempo race where you have a couple of riders off the front taking turns, snubbling all the points, and then the riders that got the early points find themselves way up the standings. So Scott Smith and Andy Matheson working well together. They've extended their lead. Jay Dorenboom, the notable exception to that group out the front, now using the height that he had. Oh, Luca Roki almost took him out, but Jay Dorenboom, as I said, the notable exception to the riders off the front, not content to sit back with the others and wants to get across to Scott Smith and Andy Matheson. Matheson goes to 7. Smith goes to 3. Now Jay Dorenboom has got himself onto the front. Scott Smith has enough points. Thank you very much. Dorenboom goes over the top of Matheson. Matheson, and they thread the needle. Matthew Wynn going up there and just they've lapped Weir, Meares and Wynn. And now Dorenboom and Matheson, two very capable enduros off the front. Andy Matheson with 7, Dorenboom with 2. 11 laps on the lap board, so this is good for Dorenboom because he should be able to get himself to 4. With 10 laps to go, it's probably more likely that these two riders will lap the field than be caught. So Doroboom goes to 3. Not much incentive for Matheson. He sits on 8. 9 laps to go. They're sharing them 50-50. It would be a moral victory to catch the others, but it won't make a difference to the standings. So Matheson goes to 9. Jay sitting on the front, and this will get him into, move him up to second position. Six laps to go and a quarter of a lap between our leaders and the peloton. Luca just picking up the pace. Andrew Moore. It does seem inevitable now that Andy Matheson and Jay Doroboom will catch the peloton. Matheson on 10, Doroboom on 5. Four laps on the lap board. Jay picks up another. So Jay Doroboom and Andy Matheson gaining a lap. That's 10 points. Cameron Douglas Savage picks up another point. The front of the race is now with Luca as he comes over turn 3, out of turn 4, but Douglas Savage kicks to get the final point. And that may well see him move up. It'll be equal points with Scott Smith, but the last to take a lap between himself and Scott. So I think that'll move him into third position. We'll wait and see when the results come up. Great racing there from Andy Matheson and also Jay Doroboom. Strong from Scott Smith in the middle of that race. Luca did a great job early on, as did Cameron. Cameron may just have done enough at the end there to get himself up into third position. So Andy Matheson takes the win with 22. Jay Doroboom second with 16. And Cameron Douglas Savage, after winning the scratch race, gets himself into third position. There's a few grades out there, so the positions will be different when appropriated into the right grades. But for the race, good little race there from Andy Matheson, who went in as the favourite. Right, on the back straight, next race getting ready. Well, I did ask if anybody had wanted a song played, and Zane Cunnington has sent up a song that he would like played.
That is recording your nose breathing in and out. Can you turn it sideways also?
Oh, apparently I'm breathing heavily into the microphone. Yeah, I don't know about that one. So Thomas rolls off the front, and Jerry, this is a tempo race. Rob McGrath on the front, Graham Ward in second wheel. Then it's Petra Anderson and then Steve Mayman. Jerry won the scratch race. He's sitting midfield, and he's riding alongside Richard Watson in the black. Gabrielle Thomas behind them, and then Shane Hendren. So Petra Anderson wanting some early points, gone up very high over the top of Graham Ward and accelerating now out of turn 4, gets herself a little bit of a lead, looks over her shoulder, there's nobody there, and picks up the first of the points. Rolled up high on turn number 1, looked as if Petra wanted to settle with the one, but she dives back down and then stays out the front, and her teammate wants to join her. So Gabrielle Thomas is trying to get down that back straight to collect them. Graham Ward doing the lion's share of the work to try and catch them. Petra picks up her second. Thomas trying to get across. Petra Anderson gets the point. Her teammate's there. She will get down onto the wheel. Unfortunately, Graham Ward has dragged everybody over, and Thomas has rolled up. I guess the intention was to work together, but everyone had caught up. Steve thought he had a point, but Jerry, the Enduro, has taken off, picked up a point, and well. Jerry looks over his shoulder. I think he's got himself out to a good enough break there. Richard Watson doing the chasing. Shane Hendren and Steve Mayman with him. Jerry still looking good off the front. How long will he stay out for? Grandad off the front. The pace of the sting has come out of it now, but he's still quarter of a lap ahead. Shane Hendren on the Argon. He's got a beautiful Pinarello on the wall at home. Can't convince him to take it off the wall. It's never getting ridden, that bike. Plenty of encouragement from Tex for Shane, who's hunting Jerry, who's starting to rock and roll as he tries to squeeze out one more lap. Well, we can see why Shane's working so hard. The lovely wife in the centre. He'll want to impress. Jerry has picked himself up 6 valuable points. Now, Hendren. Shane Hendren opens his account and he's going to want to win every lap from here to take the win. There's only 5 points left and he'll need that to equal Jerry, but winning the laps later in the race gives you the win even on the same points. It's a terrible explanation, but Steve Mayman, Graham Ward and Richard Watson doing the chasing. Shane looking pretty comfortable. 3 laps to go. Well, they still haven't caught Jerry. He's still off the chase group. Hendren picks up another one. 2 laps to go. So Hendren looks over his shoulder. He's switched off. He can afford to limp home. Those early points for Petra Henderson. Big win there for Shane Hendren and a big move from Steve Mayman and Graham Ward over the line to finish off the race. But it'll be Shane Hendren first, Jerry O'Connell second, and Petra Anderson third in the Masters 7 and Women's 2 to 5 tempo race. So the official results, Shane Hendren wins that one over Jerry, second, Petra third. All right, we're going to see a 3-up match sprint now between Ella Liang and Olivia Wright and Maddie Smith. Shout out to Todd Smith, who's watching on the live stream. I hardly recognised him yesterday. He's lost 30 kilos in the last, I think he said 8 weeks. He looks 20 years younger. Handsome devil. Oh, April Paddy's in this one as well, by the look. So Liang, Wright, Smith and Paddy. All right, Olivia going to the front. Ella second wheel, then Maddie Smith. Ella just closing the gap there to Olivia, who's heating up the pace as they head down the back straight. Still a long way to go. Liang goes over the top, but there's still a lap to go. Olivia might be able to come back from here. Well, I had the lap count wrong. Or maybe it was CJ. .59, the last lap there. That's about as long as it's going to take Australia to finish off the second test today. So the results are Ella Liang taking first, Olivia Wright second, and April Paddy third. Josh Nixon, Will Emilias and Oscar Winchester. Giving Will Emilias a lot of room. All right, Winchester now putting some pressure on Emilias. He goes over the top. Josh Nixon coming with pace as well. Josh Nixon over the top. Will Emilias has left himself some work to do, but he's got the strength. Josh Nixon goes over the top. Some work from Emilias. He likes to just do it on the line. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Well, I thought he'd left too much for himself there, but a great attack from Winchester. Josh Nixon came with plenty of pace, but Emilias has power to burn at the moment. Great win. We move back to the kiddies. Huh?
It's keeping it interesting, yeah.
Well, Wellington Point. We'll be at the Wellington Point. At the point.
You want me to comment that?
Yep.
Have we got some numbers at least? So because I don't know who the names are.
Well, the numbers are up on the board, but they're in here too. But they do mix it up a little bit.
Especially with the numbers.
Yeah, that's
You got a pen here? Pen might be good. Okay.
Is that big enough?
As long as it'll be busting.
Hey? Oh, that's the music, obviously. That's the music volume.
Mm-hmm.
That's your volume. You're probably quieter. Just assume that you are quieter.
What have we got here?
Event 14.
Ah. Righto. Juniors human pace race. So this is like having 4 Dernies and 4 riders, or however many we've got out there. So you'll see each of our junior riders has got a bigger rider. He's going to lead them round, I suspect, for the first 4 laps or so. Should hear lots of communication from the younger riders to their human Dernie. So our younger riders are Isla Tompkinson, Milan Klein, Judd Larkins, Evie Rose Henderson, Whitfield Henderson and Austin Tompkinson. Looks like we've also got a Larkins out there. It might be a Larkins combo. So Flynn Larkins being the big brick wall for his brother Judd. Looks like we have a Bradshaw combo as well. Looks like Flynn Larkins is dragging Judd around early on. The Bradshaw combo not far behind. And Oscar, who's had a very busy day today, dragging his young steed around. That's Milan Klein from Bundaberg. We got Cale Bunzel in there taking Isla Tompkinson for a ride. Looks like Will has Oscar Tompkinson and Max with Evie Rose. And Whitfield is being dragged around there by April Paddy, I think. So out in the front at the moment, this looks like a Larkins demolition. Brickwall Flynn, making it easy for Judd. His hair's not even slowing him down now because his brother's such a big brick wall. Right, Larkin's still in the lead with 3 laps to go. followed closely by the Bradshaws. That's Harley taking Winter for a ride. And Oscar's there with his very small number 115 Milan behind. Can't really go any faster without those 5 metre gearings running out of puff behind. So Flynn Larkin's dragging Juddy round. He's coming up to the bell lap, I think. William and Austin, I think, might have been lapped, as are April and Whitfield. So Milan leading out by Oscar, 1 lap to go. Kale and Isla, 1 lap to go. Max and Evie, 1 lap to go. And the win there by the Larkins family. And second place to Winter Bradshaw. And a nice third there from Oscar and Milan. It's a great opportunity for the young kids to get dragged around a little bit faster than they'd normally be able to carry. So if you're watching at home, you'll see that the schedule has been amended somewhat. So some of the events that you see have been shortened or switched out. Numbers here today a little low.
We haven't got a...
No, I was going to ask if you've got a radio.
All right. I haven't got one. Just say, could we get a thing brought up to us? Do they have someone who can hand us a thing across the track? Because we've handed it in and they didn't give us one.
So which one's the live stream one?
This. You're on live stream now.
Yeah, so I've just turned them down, but one of them is live stream, one's not.
No, this is the live stream. That's live stream on and off. This is, these ones here, is your, that radio mic, don't worry about it. That one should be this one. That's this one.
So. Hey, comms, could we get a radio up in the commentary box, please?
Oh, awesome. Yeah, join us. Michelle can switch. Do you want to switch, Michelle, and I'll go get the mic, and then you can sit on that one. Look at you go. You thought you were coming for a visit. Louise will show you how to do that one, so I'm going to go and I'll go get the walkie-talkie. Thanks for that.
get the walkie-talkie. Hopefully they'll give it to us. We don't know what's coming up yet.
The commissaires just having a chat with our juniors. Next on the list is event 15, the graded hare and hounds. So it just takes a little bit of time to prepare those, make sure that we've got the right groups. And if you're wondering why the juniors are just getting punished and sent out back-to-back races, do need to provide sufficient gap for the Masters Omnium Championship events.
Okay, there we are. They're going to do a flying 200 Madison Sling next. You know what those are?
We'll find out.
And I just said to them, can they, I'll put it here for you, can they contact you with what the races are?
Cool.
So it'll be the 4 boys, both 4 boys. So, they're just going to sort it out like that.
So is it still just a 200?
So flying 200, but then you do a Madison Sling in it.
During the 200?
Yeah, it's really funky. So overseas in Europe, they do them all the time. So the Maddo guys practice at flying 200. They do a sling. They lead in and then they swing them down the 200. It's pretty cool.
Alrighty, so we've coming up next, we've got some flying 200 Madison slings. So not something we've seen at any of the AMV track series before, I don't think, or certainly not in the last couple of years. So the riders will wind up together and one rider sling the other end for the 200.
Interesting questions. Have they started? How many laps are they actually doing on the wind-up? Have not started. I'm just wanting to make sure they can do that. So they're unhappy now. It'll be same as the 200, so 3 laps.
Righto, so just confirming these 2 riders, they were just doing a little check, haven't done a Maddo sling for a little while, so making sure they're safe to do so. Then they're going to head into a 3.5 lap flying 200 with the Maddo sling. So that is on right now.
3 wind-ups, so 5 on the clock.
So this is Cale and Max. Cale Bunzel, rider number 19. And Max Edwards, I think he's with an 86. Looks like they're coming around with 2 laps to go. So we've got Max Edwards on the front, Cale Bunzel in second position. So we'll see how this flows. Haven't seen one of these before. Coming around for the bell lap. Right, arms are out for the sling. And Max throws Cale in for the 200. And the clock starts. Kale looking very, very smooth around the back half. Haven't got a split, but he's looking pretty good. So that was the first of our flying 200 Meadow slings. All right, next up looks like we've got Harley Bradshaw and Flynn Larkins. Bit of a size mismatch with those two, so be interesting to see who they choose to sling.
They won like on the blue, and then they'll take the track next time they come around.
So Harley and Flynn just going to do a few practice slings on the blue. All right, they start their 3.5 laps now. It's young Harley Bradshaw in the yellow kit, rider number 72. And Flynn Larkins in the black, rider 52. Come around with 3 laps to go. Have a sneaking suspicion these kids are on different gearing as well. Flynn on the under 17 gearing. Although for those paying attention at home, the under 15s are allowed to go a little bit heavier this year as of the 1st of January. Bit of a mid-season change-up. So Harley Bradshaw leading the 2 in. They'll get set for their Maddo sling. So Harley preparing to throw Flynn in he goes. So Flynn enters for the flying 200. Clock starts. Gets a 5.765 split, which is a pretty good split for Flynn. 11.625 for the Larkins-Bradshaw combo. Not a bad time at all. So according to the scoreboard, Flynn had an average speed of 77.4 k's an hour. I'm not sure if that equates, but that's pretty damn fast. Bit of negotiations going on with the comms now for event 16, which was going to be graded hare and hounds, but I'm not sure if we have enough hares or hounds to do that. That's going to be followed by Masters Omnium. So we'll see them starting to warm up shortly for that. That'll be the elimination is coming up next. Alrighty, so we do have a graded hare and hounds coming up. We've got Judd and Winter on the back straight, and Evie and Isla on the front straight. We'll see what CC puts on the lap board. There we go. We've got 6 laps for a graded hare and hound. So Judd heading around to the back straight. He's got his flowing locks hanging out there. I reckon he'd go pretty well with a mullet. That would be a very glorious mullet. All right, on the home straight we have Evie Rose and Isla. Isla very, very new to the sport, probably about 6 or 7 weeks in, I reckon. Doing an awesome job getting out on the bike a couple of times a week at the track. Best way to get faster is to keep riding, and she's doing exactly that. Righto, whistle goes. So Evie and Isla will be doing their absolute best to hold off Judd and Winter. First half lap down. And very, very good start from Evie Rose there. Looks like Judd and Winter have made up about 20 metres, but they've only got 4 laps left to go to get the full 250 gap that they had, or 125 gap, sorry. Judd and Winter doing a good job taking some turns. They're still not on the same straight at this point. So Evie doing the hard work at the moment. Swings up for Isla to come through and take her turn. So Judd and Winter just closing that gap a little bit, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Evie Rose very, very determined at the front there. Her cadence hasn't dropped at all. She flicks the elbow. Isla comes through, and the 2 front runners are doing a great job holding off Winter and Judd. These kids are doing a lot of racing this morning. I think fatigue might be starting to set in. This is day 3 of events for them, and I'm pretty sure Winter was doing some weightlifting yesterday as well, so it's just competition galore for these kids over the weekend. All right, we're coming in for the bell lap now. So Isla is in the lead at the moment with Evie Rose. They're doing a great job working together. Judd and Winter have just picked up the pace now. They might have left it too little too late, I reckon. There's no more turn taking going on. It's every person for themselves out there. So Isla holding very well at the front, but here comes Evie Rose. She's going to take it. So Evie Rose takes the win. Isla in for second. Judd Larkins for third, and Winter for fourth. Righto, next up you're going to see the Masters 2 to 6 men elimination. So a bit of a range of Masters age groups in here. We've got Masters 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So race together but graded separately, I believe. Righto, so in the elimination we've got Luca Rocci, Scott Smith, Peter Macros, Matthew Wynne, Cam Douglas Savage, Andrew Matheson, Chris Weir, Jay Dorabome, Rob Walker and Andrew Moore. So it's Masters, otherwise known as My Dad's Faster Than Your Dad. Or it couldn't be my grandpa, I reckon, for some of these. All right, Commissaire's just waiting for the bunch to roll past. Make sure they're all together. Righto, whistle's gone. Being let out at the moment by Andrew Matheson, rider 18 on that beautiful looking Dolan DF5, I think that is. Nobody wanting to be caught at the back too early. We've got a bell straight away, so no rest at all for these guys. So that's rider 80 is leading out at the moment. That's Matthew Wynn. He does not want to be eliminated first. But the whole bunch is coming over the top. Down on that black line, very dangerous stuff. You can go from first to last very quickly in these races. Rider number 46, first to go. That'll be Scott Smith. All right, so it's every second race, every second lap is an elimination. Bell goes again. You can see the riders moving around. No one wants to be at the black line at the back there. Very dangerous place to be. It's a long way around when you've got 3 or 4 riders deep and you've got to go all the way over the top. Pace is definitely starting to pick up a little bit now.
84.
That'll be rider number 84. Next to go, that's Chris Weir. Matheson comes over the top again. So it's Matheson and Dorabome at the front there. A lot of hard work going in over the top. Will it be enough?
53.
I think it will be. Rider 53, once again stuck on the black line at 53. That's Rob Walker. He's out. I'll come around for another bell. So rider 24 is doing a great job there. That's Luca Rocci. He's holding the pace at the front. He does not want to let anyone come over his shoulder. Every time someone comes, he just lifts the pace a little bit. Make sure he's in a nice, safe position. So all those riders are in.
80.
Off the back there is rider number 80. So that's Matthew Wynn. He's self-selected on this one. Come round for the bell again. Jay Dorabome holding the pace very well at the front there. Along with Andrew Matheson. So Jay and Andrew just holding the pace where they want it, where they're comfortable. Cam Douglas Savage coming over the top. Wants to be safe, but he's coming the long way. Oh, rider number 65. That might have been Peter Meares there. So he came around in third place and then everybody came over the top. Unfortunate for Meares, he's gone. All right, coming around for another bell lap. Once again, Dorabome and Matheson on the front, controlling the pace of the race. Bit of a move there from Luca Rocci. He doesn't want to be stuck at the back. Doroboom looks like he's in a bit of strife here.
25.
Jay Doroboom, a little bit of strife, got stuck on the bottom, so he's out. And then there were 4 left. Matheson once again in front, controlling the pace with Rochi behind him. Cam Douglas Savage still hanging in there. I think that might be Andrew Moore on the back. Pace definitely picking up now. There's nowhere to hide in this little bunch.
79.
Rider 79, that's Andrew Moore. Great job from Andrew there. He's a Masters 6 rider. Hang on till fourth position. So 3 left now. We got Rochi, Matheson and Douglas Savage. Bell goes. Rochi comes up over the top of Matheson. He's made it safe for himself. So Matheson and Douglas Savage fighting it out for that spot.
18.
And rider 18, Andrew Matheson, is out. So we're down to the match sprint. Douglas Savage versus Rochi for the last 2 laps. So Cam Douglas Savage leading him out. He's a Masters 4 rider. Rochi picks up the pace. Looks like Cam doesn't have much to answer to that. So Rochi's going to take the win. Douglas Savage for 2 and Andrew Matheson for the 3. So that is a men's Omnium elimination done. So epic performance from some of the older Masters riders there as well. Definitely can't tell which age group is which in that group. Righto, coming up next we've got the men's Masters 7 Plus and women's Masters 2 to 5 mixed group. We've got Courtney McGowan, Gabrielle Tomas, Petra Anderson, Glenn Searle. I haven't seen Glenn today, I'm not sure if he's riding. Shane Hendren, Graham Ward, Rob McGrath, Jerry O'Connell, Steve Mayman and Richard Watson. Great to see a couple of riders from Cairns come down. That's Gabby and Petra. Long way to come down for a single event. The split state championship model has a lot of benefits, but it also makes it very difficult for our regional riders. So hats off to them for making the effort to come down today. Also got a couple in there from Bundy. At least one in this race, that's Rob McGrath. So a little bit good representation from some regional riders here. It looks like Jerry O'Connell in the Banana Man suit is going to lead him off. They'll come round for the whistle, and I think the bell goes after the first lap. Right, so that is indeed Jared O'Connell at the front there. And then rider 78 would be Shane Hendren. So Jared and Shane going to set the pace to get started. It's like Graham Ward in there in third wheel, Petra Anderson fourth wheel. Sorry, that's Gabby Tomas in fourth wheel, Petra in fifth. And then Steve Mayman. Right, bell goes for the first elimination lap and they're off. Pace picks up straight away. Steve Mayman does not want to be at the back. He's putting a screamer all the way around the top on the first lap to get started. Looks like our Bundy rider might be in trouble. That's rider 106, Rob McGrath from Bundaberg. First to go. I'll come around for the next bell. Got a Balmoral rider, Graham Ward, controlling the pace at the moment. But Jerry O'Connell, who, for all intents and purposes, is a sprinter, having an epic day out in the Omnium. Looks like rider 95 from the sunny coast. That's Richard Watson. He's next to go. Couldn't quite get up over the top. Long way around for him. So no one wants to be down below the red line at the back there. You can see all the riders at the back starting to move up. So Petra and Gabby now working really hard to get over the top. That leaves Steve Mayman in a little bit of strife down the bottom. So Petra has made herself safe out the front. Gabby Thomas straight over the top as well. Steve Mayman looks like he might have self-selected on this one. That is a rider 58, Steve Mayman from the Gold Coast. He's next to go. So it's finishing in 6th position for him. A little bit of a split in the pack now. Our Balmoral rider there, who was at the front before, Graham Ward, struggling a little bit to hang on to the back. Bell goes again. So Gabby will just be watching very closely to see what happens with Graham. She's not letting him come around, that's for sure. So there's a big wall in front of Graham. He's got a lot of work to do if he's going to get out of that hole. And not quite enough. So Graham Ward, rider 104 from Balmoral, next out. So he's 5th in the elimination for the Omnium. 4 riders remaining. Awesome to see our 2 Cairns riders from the Women's Masters in the top 4 there. Some very clever riding from them. So Jerry O'Connell gets the bell. So I think there's no teamwork going on here now. This is everyone for themselves. Petra finds herself in a bit of a hole down the bottom there. So Petra Anderson has been stuck. No way through for her. That's rider 88, Petra Anderson, eliminated in 4th position. Great job from her. Then there were 3. So we've got Jerry O'Connell in there, Shane Hendren, and Gabby Thomas. Bell goes for our second last elimination. Jerry doesn't want to do any more than he absolutely has to here. He's holding the pace down a little bit low. Picks it up now when he has to. Shane Hendren goes over the top. Gabby Thomas, very, very smart riding from her, trying to hold Jerry down. Not sure if she's able to do so. No, she's not. So Gabby Thomas takes a 3rd position in the Omnium elimination. Great ride from her. And now we've got Jerry and Shane to finish off with a little bit of a match sprint for us. All over the track here. Looks like they might go into the full match sprint mode. Bell goes. There's no Pavlov's bell for these 2. They've heard enough bells in their time. They don't need to move straight away. Hendren first to drop. Takes the lead. Jerry straight onto his wheel. Well, they're both putting everything into this. Jerry just comes around the outside. He's on Shane's shoulder. This could go any way. Shane digs a bit deeper. No, he doesn't. So Jerry takes the win. Shane Hendren for 2nd. And that's the elimination done. All right, next up we've got some sprinters derbies, 3-lap matches. Couple of scratching, so I think it might be Ella Liang and Oscar Winchester in the first. Williams rolling off as well, so maybe all three of them. Most epic improvement I've ever seen in a rider is Oscar Winchester over the last 6 months. Under 17, fairly new to the track scene, and just cracked an 11.4 and is flying 200 this morning. Absolutely epic performance from him. Oscar's now up against a couple of seasoned riders with Will Emilias and Ella Liang. Will pushes off. Happy just to go out at a decent pace. William and Ella are both paying close attention to Oscar. They've seen how fast he can go this morning. They'll be well aware of what he's capable of doing. So Ella holding Will up nice and high. Oscar just sitting behind waiting for his turn. Pick up the pace a little bit now. Ella and Will both on open gearing. Oscar stuck on that under 17 7-metre rollout, so you'll see he'll need to spin a bit once the pace picks up. Oscar goes early. He's seen his opportunity. Ella and Will looking at each other. They've got at least 15 metres to catch up on Oscar. Very, very smart ride there from Oscar. William locks in around the outside there. Fairly decisive there. So Will takes the win, Oscar for second and Ella for third. So great to see lots of opportunities for match sprints provided through this series. Next up we've got Olivia Wright and April Paddy, both from Balmoral Cycling Club. Olivia wearing the QAS kit, April in the Balmoral gear. Righto, coming up into position we have April Paddy. She's going to be in first wheel. Olivia Wright second. Commissaires blow the whistle. April rolls off. Straight into a decent jogging pace. So riders must maintain above walking pace for the first half lap. April heading up high on the track now. Olivia happy to stay down low. So the pace staying reasonably high for these two. Olivia got her head on a swivel, not taking her eyes off April at all. Even that in itself is a pretty good skill. If you're new to track, have a go at riding around on the red line with your head backwards. It's not that easy. But April goes for an early move. She's started to pick up the pace quite seriously now. She's already in the sprinters lane with a lap and a half to go. So April takes the bell in front. Olivia out of the saddle. Right on April's shoulder at the moment as they go through the back of turn 2. Olivia looks like she's carrying a little bit more speed. She'll be able to take the sprinters lane as they come into turn 4. So Olivia to take the win, April for 2. Right, I just got word from the comms. Heat 3 of the match sprints is not happening. A couple of people missing, and I think some of them doing a few too many laps this morning. So we're going straight into a couple of one-lap TTs. So cool opportunity for these juniors to have a crack at getting a good first lap time. So they had a go at this the other day. We're seeing lap times between 22 and 28 seconds. So hopefully they'll be able to improve on those this morning. Just hands-held starts, nothing super official this morning. Just really good racing practice for these kids. So first up, Isla Tompkinson. Hasn't been riding for very long, but doing a lot of it and getting better very quickly. So Isla's off, bell goes straight away. It's a one-lap event. So she's locked in now. Half lap is around about 14 seconds, so she should be aiming for about a 27 here, maybe a 26. Clock stops with a 24.8, so great back half there from Isla Tompkinson. That is already half a second quicker than she was doing 2 days ago, so really cool to see that. Next up, we've got Judd Larkins. If that hair gets any longer, it's going to get caught in his chain, I reckon. All right, Judd looks very serious. And he's away. Strong start from Judd. Getting the hips right into it. You see him standing up for almost half a lap here, I reckon. There he is, still standing up with half a lap to go. The half lap split was 14 seconds, so he's doing very well. He's getting down now, nice and low and aero. Stops the clock at 23.59, so into first position. Great ride from Judd. All right, next we have a little Milan Klein, rider number 115, all the way down from Bundy. Bundy Club must be doing something right. They always bring down a really strong fleet of riders for these events. They build them strong in central Queensland. Righto, Milan Klein gets away. Solid start. Back out of the saddle again. Right over the bars as well. Really good sprinter form. Extending the body over the bars for that drive. So Milan stops the clock on a 28 flat, 28.020 into third position. All right, next up looks like we might have Evie Rose Cunnington. Very strong young rider, Evie. She trains with the next age group up and keeps up with them without too much trouble at all. Right, Evie's away. She gets a whistle, straight into the bell. She's got those shoulders locked right in. Not a lot of movement at the top half of the body. She's really driving the power. Half lap split of 14.5, so that's pretty good. Second position so far. She will drive all the way to the line. Gets a 24.737, so great little time there from Evie. Next up, I think we've got Whitfield. So Whitfield comes up the hard way with one pedal already clipped in. Right, Commissaires get him set. Whitfield gets a whistle and the bell. He goes out like a scolded cat. Moving very fast, throwing the bike around a little bit. Still out of the saddle with half a lap to go. Great start there from Whitfield with a 15.19 on the half lap split. Back out of the saddle again to finish it off as well. 26.8 for Whitfield. Alrighty, next up is Austin Tompkinson. Bit of cycling heritage in this family. Like sister Isla, also started the track fairly recently. He only knows one way and it is flat out. Starting with the foot very, very high up. I reckon he wants a big lot of punch on that. There he goes. So Austin gets started, working very hard in the Balmoral kit. Good to see him out of the saddle, at least for the first quarter lap. So pretty good start there for Austin. 15.8 on the half lap split. Finishes very strongly there, Austin. Fifth position with the 27.179. All right, looks like we've got one more to go here. This will be rider 112, Winter Bradshaw. Punches well above her weight, Winter. Winter's away. She is putting in an absolute cracking effort there. The bell goes. That is 100% effort for sure. Still out of the saddle as we approach the half lap marker. Driving out of the saddle and over the bars well past half a lap. 14 seconds flat for the half lap split. Coming in for a very, very fast time here from Winter. Into second position with a 24.065. Great ride from Winter Bradshaw.
Next race, Harley and Flynn are going to do an Aussie crawl.
Righto, we're mixing it up a bit. I'm hearing that we're going to do an Aussie crawl next. So Harley and Flynn. So if you don't know what Aussie crawl is, you'll see that there's the riders will come in very slowly, and somewhere between the pursuit line and the start line, they'll need to almost come to a stop. And when the whistle goes, it's a one-lap sprint. If they cross the start-finish line before the whistle goes, then they're eliminated. So it's a bit of tactics involved. They want to have a nice high track position. They want to be as close to that start-finish line as they can without crossing it before the whistle blows. So if you think about musical chairs, kind of depends who's blowing the whistle. All right, so the boys coming up. You'll see as soon as they cross that pursuiter's line, commissary will be ready to blow a whistle, but could blow any time between each of those two lines. All right, so Harley's taken the high road. He's going very, very close. He must back himself for a good... oh, here we go. Both kids have backed themselves for a solid track stand there. Looks like Harley's got the foot position right. Flynn has almost crossed the line. Very, very lucky there. He nearly went down the track. Exceptional skills from Harley there with that track stand. I reckon he could do the whole track doing a fakie going backwards if he wanted to. So Larko takes the win. Righto, next up we have a elimination race for the juniors. Only 4 riders in this, so it's going to be a straight up elim. So they'll get a couple of laps first, and then the bell will go and eliminations will begin. Right, trying to pick some names here. Looks like we've got Judd, Evie, Winter's back out again. So it looks like they're just waiting for Isla to get up there, I reckon. Yep, here she comes. So we're going to have Judd, Evie, Winter and Isla. They'll get one neutral lap and then straight into eliminations every lap. All right, riders roll off. It's going to be a fairly short one, this. Righto, whistle goes for the start of the lap, the start of the race. Riders are all together at the moment. Isla at the back. Evie Rose controlling the pace. Masters, for your awareness, points race will start at 12:10. Masters, your first points race will be at 12:10. Alrighty, so we're on the first of the elimination laps at the moment. Evie holding the control at the front. Winter above and Judd. Looks like they've just squeezed Isla down, so Isla nowhere to go. Rider 113, that's Isla, shows she's first to go. Pretty tough as a beginner rider in eliminations. There's a lot to learn. And you don't get many laps to learn it. Evie controlling the pace, so that'll be Winter next to go, I think. 112. And it is. Rider 112, Winter is next, so we're left with 2. So Judd and Evie, good mates, these two. They know how they race together. And Judd takes the lead and the win. So Judd for 1, Evie for 2. And that was Winter for 3. Righto, so there will be about a 10-minute break now. 10 past 12 will be the Masters points race. So just confirming the next up is a points race, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So just confirming it is the Masters points race coming up at 10 past 12. Right, looks like we've got a impromptu match sprint. So Flynn Larkin's rider number 52 is sitting in front there. Harley Bradshaw in the yellow, both on the matching BTs. So Flynn, probably a bit more of an enduro rider these days. Harley more of a sprinter. Obviously Flynn got a bit of a size advantage. So should make for an interesting match sprint. 2 laps to go. And kudos to the commissaires today who've filled the gaps, given the kids lots of opportunity to race. All right, and Larko, true to form as a enduro racer, goes early, well before the bell. Harley digging in deep, not sure if he can quite get close enough. Looks like Larko's going to take this one. Flynn sits up. Sorry, Flynn takes it. Harley sits up. Right, about 5 minutes to go until our Masters Omnium finishes off with the points race. Sprints on 50, 40, 30, 20, 10 and 0. Points awarded 5, 3, 2 and 1 and double points on the last sprint. Right, our masters are entering the track now for their final race, which is the points. 60 laps on the board. And you'll see on the scoreboard, they already have their progressive points so far for the Omnium. So this is live Omnium points during the points race. Andrew Matheson on 114, Cam Douglas Savage 114, Luca Rocci 108, Jay Darabome 102, and then we got Andrew Moore, Rob Walker, Peter Macris, Scott Smith, Chris Wire, and Matt Wynn. So 60 laps, sprints every 10, with 5, 3, 2 and 1 awarded. If you get lapped, you lose 20 points. If you gain lap, you get 20 points. Double points on the last. Rightio, whistle goes for the start of the race, and we're off with 60 laps to go. Nice steady pace to get us started. First sprint, still 9 laps away. So that's rider 18 leading at the front at the moment. That's Andrew Matheson. Cam Douglas Savage now takes the lead. Cam swings up for Luca Rocci to take his turn. Luca swings up, Jay Darabome takes the front. He swings up and Andrew Moore now in the front. And we've got Peter Macris in the yellow. Very gentlemanly pace at the moment. On the front now is rider 46, which is Scott Smith. The pack's starting to shuffle around a little bit now. Everyone trying to find their spot. 6 laps to go till the first sprint. So Chris Wire swings up, making way for Matthew Wynn. And then Andrew Moore. Cam Douglas Savage now picking up the pace just a little bit. A little bit of a gap opens up. Jay Darabome jumps into that. Pretty long race, this one. Riders need to make sure that they can last the distance. You don't want to go winning the first sprint and then getting lapped on the next round and losing 20 points. So Macris finds himself with about a 20-metre gap here. I'm not sure if he's expecting that. He's quite happy just to let the gap close. Cam Douglas Savage starting to pick up the pace now. I think they'll be eyeing off the lap board. No early moves just yet. Macris starts to twitch off the front. So coming in for the first bell lap, Peter Macris digging deep. He's like, this is a chance for a sprinter in an endurance race to actually get some points. So he's going for that early opportunity. Cam Douglas Savage is not going to let him have it for free though. So Douglas Savage takes the first lot of points. Macris for 2. And I think that was Rob Moore in third. While the pace is up though, Jay Darabone says, thanks very much, let's get it rolling. So he is now going, and looks like he's got 2 riders going with him. So rider 18 and 24 are with him. That is Luca Rocci, number 24, and Andrew Matheson. So we've got 3 riders at the front now. We'll see if they can get themselves organised enough to get a little bit of a break. Got about a quarter of a lap on the rest of the field at the moment. So it's Matheson leading Rocci and Darabone. And rider 55 trying to bridge the gap. So the 3 at the front getting into a bit of a rhythm. Sorry, that's rider 53, Robert Walker. He's trying to come across. There's 3 in the bunch starting to work together as well. I think they're going to bridge fairly soon. So out in front though, the pace hasn't slowed since that first sprint. So rider 18, 24 and 25 still working together. That's Matheson, Rocci and Darabone. All right, Meares, unfortunately for him, getting lapped, so that's going to hurt his points a little bit. All right, the riders at the front have now sat up. Everyone having a good look at each other. 4 laps to go till the next bell. So rider 84, Chris Weir, he's looking reasonably serious. He rolls up. Rider 79 out in front at the moment. That's Andrew Moore from Hamilton Wheelers. He's got Matheson and then Rocci on his tail. Rocci all the way up from Hobart, from the Hobart Dirt Devils. Two to go till the next bell. Till the next sprint, sorry. 79 Andrew Moore out in front at the moment. No early moves yet for this sprint. Here we go. We got riders galore dropping off the top of the slope there. That's 18 Matheson, I think. He really wants this one. He has gone very, very hard indeed. So Matheson on that beautiful Dolan DF5. I think he's going to take the second sprint for 5 points. Yes, he is. Luca Rocci takes second. Darabone, oh, very, very close there. Darabone, great bike skills, manages to keep it upright. So a little bit tight as we came over the line there, just passing a back marker. Nobody's fault, but some excellent bike handling skills to keep the bikes up. Everyone settles down a bit. The pace has slowed somewhat. 38 laps to go. A couple of riders just exploring the front, deciding if it's worth having a go or not. So that's rider number 46 out in front at the moment. That is Scott Smith from UQ. All right, a bit of a score check after sprint 2 of 6. In the overall in the Omniums, you've got Andrew Matheson on 120, Cam Douglas Savage 119, Luca Rocci 111, Jay Darabone 104, and then Andrew Moore, Rob Walker, Scott Smith, Chris Weir, Pete Meares and Matthew Wynne. 36 laps to go. So Scott Smith rolls up, hands it over to Andrew Moore. Matthew Wynne takes a little bit of a turn, then he rolls up. Got another UQ rider there, 84. That's Chris Weir. He has a go. Lots of riders looking up now. Nobody wants to take the lead at this point. Everyone's staying high. No one wants to be caught by surprise. 3 laps till the next bell. So it's Andrew Matheson controlling the speed at the front, holding a lot of track height, ready to go if he needs to. Starts bringing it down. Right, pace starts to pick up a little bit. Lots of movement around the track. Everyone keeping a good eye on each other. That's 24 and 18. Luca Rocci and Andrew Matheson definitely watching out for each other. Cam Douglas Savage doesn't look like he's twitching too much, but the points tell the story. He's always there, just not drawing any attention to himself. Two laps till the next sprint. All right, once again, we've got riders very, very high on the track as we come into the bell lap. So who's going to go first? Cam Douglas Savage drops first. Very, very stable, Cam. Doesn't move his body much, just picks up the pace. Rocci goes around outside and Matheson right on his wheel. Big train of riders now coming over the top of Cam. Looks like Matheson's going to take the points here. And that'll be rider 46. Scott Smith comes over for the second. So a little bit of a sharing of the points on that one. And we're into the final half of the race and the last 30 laps of the Omnium. Andrew Moore out in front at the moment with Luca Rocci. And Chris Weir there in that front group as well. So there's 4 in the front group now. Let's see if they can get themselves organised. Got Matheson and Rocci, Moore and Weir. They all swing up and leave Chris Weir at the front. He doesn't want it, so he's up. Matheson now in front. There's a second bunch who are working together now. They're going to close that gap down. We should see the whole group back together within the next half a lap or so. So Andrew Moore once again finds himself out in front. And Jay Daraboom has a little turn. He swings up. Haven't seen any pure enduro riders just going for the full lap yet. So 79, Andrew Moore once again out in front. Matheson and Rocci, these are 3 names that we keep reading out. They are consistently near the front. Don't want to find themselves too far back in case there's a break. So Matheson tucking in now. He's looking pretty comfortable on the front. Rocci right behind him, not doing any more work than he has to. Swings up with Matheson. So it's more Matheson and Rocci at the front. Matheson definitely doing the lion's share of the work there. The bunch behind is now pretty well organised. They've got a nice set of turns going on. Jay Daraboom at the front of that group at the moment. Scott Smith now leading that group as they come around Meares. But out in front, the first 3 are holding a little bit of a gap. They've got a pretty good rhythm now, and they're just starting to pick up the pace as the bunch tries to close the gap. 1 lap to go till the next bell. And there it is. Back onto the bell lap. So Matheson, Rocci and Moore, 1, 2 and 3. Then we've got Darraboom and Walker, I think it might be. Strong move to the line. So that'll be Matheson, Rochi and Moore, 1, 2 and 3. Coming over the top for fourth position there is rider number 53. That's Rob Walker. Then Jay Darraboom gets the final point for that sprint. And we're into the final 19 laps. So 2 sprints to go. Final sprint, double points. Sterling performance there from Peter Meares. He's a straight-up sprinter, this bloke, and he's come out on Omnium Day. He might be getting a couple of laps down, but he's hanging in there. Meanwhile, out in the front, rider 24, that is Luca Rochi from Hobart, along with Andrew Moore and Andrew Matheson. Those 3 in a very nice rhythm now, but the 4 behind them also working very, very well, including Jay Darraboom at the front of that group. Cam Douglas-Savage right in behind him. And then we've got 46 and 84, which is Scott Smith and Chris Weir. So the 4 of them working very hard to try to bridge that gap to the front 3. Pace is definitely picking up now. The front 3 are just opening that gap ever so slightly, but it's not getting any slower at the back of the back of the race. So Andrew Moore now in front. He's taking his turn in that little bunch. He'll hand over to Andrew Matheson, which he does. Matheson definitely doing the lion's share of the work there. He swings up. Rochi doesn't want to take a turn, so he swings up with Matheson. The bunch is now closing that gap. So rider 46 swings up. That is Scott Smith. Did a very solid turn bringing that group forward. UQ rider of Chris Weir there, also taking a very, very strong turn. And then the red gear with the beautiful white disc, bike number 80, that's Matthew Wynn, also doing his share to bring that group of 5 back towards the front group of 3. We're about to hit the bell though. So Matheson in the front of that group of 3. Then we've got Douglas Savage followed by Scott Smith in the next group. So they'll be fighting to pick up the 2 and 1 point. All right, so coming over the line for the second last sprint, Matheson is going to take 5 points. Rochi will take 3. Andrew Moore takes 2. It looks like Cam Douglas-Savage might have grabbed a point or 2 in there as well. Righto, we are into the final 9 laps. This is the pointy end of the Omnium. So I think on the points, Matheson may already have an unassailable lead. He's 15 points clear. So 10 points available to the winner on the last sprint. So I think Matheson has got this one. Just needs to make sure he stays with that group. So Andrew Moore now in front, then Matheson, then Rochi. And they keep looking like they're going to close the gap, then just don't quite do it. That's Jay Darraboom swings up for Cam Douglas-Savage. Scott Smith about to take his turn. So this group of 4, very, very solid performance, trying to bring that in. Smith swings up for Weir. Starting to see the heads drop a little bit there in that group of 4. Out in front, Andrew Moore, looking very, very comfortable. Matheson like he's out for a Sunday ride. Four laps to go in the Masters Omnium. Scott Smith doing a hell of a lot of work for that group of 4 or 5, the chase group. Everyone taking a pretty fair turn actually in that group, to be fair. Darraboom now in the front of the chase group. And he'll swing up for Matthew Wynne to have his go. Down to 2 laps to go. So our group out the front, I'm pretty sure they can't be caught at this point. So Matheson right at 18 in front. 24 is Rochi. 79, Andrew Moore. Half a lap to go till we get our final bell. Here we go, final bell, final sprint of the Masters Omnium. Rochi gets out of the draft, digs very deep. He's been hanging around there, saving himself for the final double points. Matheson, though, he's not going to let him have that for free. Matheson back on his shoulder, coming around the outside. Can he do it? Matheson, he does. So Matheson takes the line honours. Rochi in second, and rider 79, Andrew Moore, there for third. All right, picking up the rest of the places. Looks like we've got Darraboom, then Chris Weir, Matthew Wynne, Douglas Savage, Meares, and Scott Smith. So great riding there from the Masters in the Omnium. Just wait for the scores to refresh for the final overall Omnium scores. But I think Andrew Matheson, especially with that final sprint, he'll be about 30 points in front, I'd say. So great win by Andrew Matheson. And there it is, final sprint. Matheson 1, Luca Rochi 6 points, Andrew Moore 4 points, and Jay Darraboom 2 points. So Matheson picks up 10. That'll take him to 145 overall. Luca Rochi 125 overall, and Cam Douglas Savage 120. Not far behind there, Jay Darraboom on 106, Andrew Moore 104. Then we've got Scott Smith, Chris Weir, Matthew Wynne, and Peter Meares. And that will conclude the Masters Omnium for the Masters 2 to 6. And next up, we're going to have Masters 7 Plus and Women's Masters 2 to 5. They will have a 40-lap points race. No double points. So once you get under 60 laps, we don't do double points. So they'll have sprints at 30, 20, 10 and 0. So 4 opportunities for points. Maximum points available in this race will be 20. We've got McGowan, Thomas, Anderson, Searle, I think Searle's a scratching, Hendren, Ward, McGrath, O'Connell, Mayman and Watson. The real commentator sitting in the chair down there. What's going on?
Do we want to edit the music choice? We don't really need the Roxanne song. I don't know why we're skip it again. Oh, we're going to Pink Floyd. We really are.
Alrighty. And we're rolling off, waiting for the whistle for the Masters 7 Plus and Women's Masters 2 to 5 Omnium. Whistle goes, racing is on. So rider 48, that'll be Jerry O'Connell, sorry. Setting the pace early. So Jerry from the UQ Cycling Club in the yellow. He rolls up, hands over to rider 78, that's Shane Hendren. Then we got the Balmoral rider Graham Ward, 104. Currently in the lead, he swings up, hands over to Steve Mayman from the Gold Coast. .38 laps to go. Mayman swings up, hands over to Petra. Petra Anderson all the way down from Cairns. Petra swings up, hands over to teammate Gabrielle Tomas, also from Cairns. Gabby swings up for rider 95, that's Richard Watson. So 4 laps down, everyone's taken a turn. Pace is just slowly starting to pick up a little bit. Back to Jerry on the front. So first sprint will be at 30 laps. 4 sprints on offer. Maximum 5 points for each, 5, 3, 2 and 1. And we have the live scores will be up on the board very shortly. All right, Steve Mayman's got himself a little bit of a gap there. Not sure if he wants that. No, he doesn't. He swings up. Rob McGrath from Bundy down on the inside. Nearly had the lead for a bit. Just drops down to the back a little bit. Pace picks up. Steve Mayman starts to put a little bit of power down. He's got Jerry right behind him. And Graham Ward right there as well. The 2 Cairns ladies maintaining excellent control in the middle of the pack. They're ready to pounce if they need to. 3 laps till our first sprint. That's Balmoral rider Graham Ward out in front at the moment. Gabby Thomas from Cairns taking a very high line. She's ready to go if she needs to. So this slightly shorter format favouring the those inclined to a good sprint. So looking for Jared O'Connell here. He's looking pretty comfortable in front. Got that stretched out sprinter position. A little bit of movement in the pack now, as there should be, because here comes the first bell. So this is our Balmoral rider, Graham Ward. But Petra Anderson works very, very hard from the outside. She gets sent up a little bit high by Jerry O'Donnell, which makes the path around a little bit longer. Gabby Thomas right on Jerry's wheel. She's going to take the ride through. Great riding from the Cairns ladies there. So Jerry takes the first sprint, Petra in second, Gabby third, I believe, and Steve Mayman, I think, was the single point on that sprint. So the Cairns duo really well prepared for that sprint, put themselves in a great position. And looks like Gabby wants to have a go at taking this on. So we've got 3 riders now, a little bit of a gap in front. But Steve Mayman's having none of that. He brings the gap across, he shuts it down. So Gabby finds herself on the front once again. Jerry O'Connell right behind. Steve Mayman in third wheel. Shane Hendren very quietly in there doing his work. Always within striking distance is Shane. So Steve Mayman now controlling the pace from the front. Followed by Petra and then Gabby and then Shane. overall standings so far in this combined group, and we do have about 5 classes in here, is Jerry O'Connell on 123, Shane Hendren 114, Graham Ward 102, Petra Anderson 101, Steve Mayman 99, Gab Thomas 96, Richard Watson 90, and Rob McGrath 78. So that's the scores so far. .25 laps to go. Jared O'Connell controlling once again from the front. With Steve Mayman right on his wheel. Jerry swings up, Steve takes the lead. We've got Petra and Gabby right in behind there. And Graham Ward, the lone Balmoral rider in this particular group. So Richard Watson from Sunny Coast having a pretty quiet race. But he's right in the mix, not doing any more work than he has to. 23 laps to go. So Shane Hendren swings up, hands over to Jerry. Graham right on Jerry's hip there. I think Graham might have decided that he's found a pretty good wheel. He's going to follow that one. Thanks very much. Meanwhile, Steve Mayman finally gets those enduro legs starting to wind up. He's going to go early for this one. So with 2 laps to go before the sprint, Mayman picks up the pace. Stretches the group out into single file. Get the bell. Mayman is going to lead out this group. Jerry O'Connell right on his wheel. Our Cairns duo there of Petra Anderson and Gabby Thomas right on the back of that. Mayman digging very deep. He really wants these points. But I tell you what, Gabby Thomas around the outside is working very hard. Can't quite get the legs around. I think that was might have been Petra Anderson just came across there for second there. So Jerry O'Connell for 1. Petra 2, may have been Mayman 3, and Gabby Thomas 4 on that sprint. So we'll wait and see what the scoreboard says. Meanwhile, Hendren and Jerry have gone off the front. So are they going to work together and try to take this one? They're in a bit of a rhythm now. So Jared O'Connell from UQ out in front. That is rider 78, Shane Hendren, out with him. So Hendren and O'Connell, taking turns. They're just opening up a little bit of a gap. Probably got about 50 metres so far. And the chase riders are swinging up a little bit faster. So there's going to need to be some commitment there for the chase group to actually catch Jerry and Shane. Gabby Thomas definitely takes her turn there. Closes the gap a little bit. Hands over to Graham Ward. He swings up. Richard Watson now doing his turn. He hands back to Steve Mayman. So we'll see if Mayman's what he's got left in the legs after that big sprint effort. Meanwhile, O'Connell and Hendren still taking turns out the front as they pass our back marker from Bundy. That's Rob McGrath. So Rob's trying to hang in there. He's trying to jump on the back of those two, and he does indeed. So very good move from Rob McGrath. Pick up those 2 leaders as they come past and minimise the damage of his points. 14 laps to go. Hendren now in front with Jerry O'Connell. McGrath with them. I think he's 1 or 2 laps down. So Richard Watson swings up for Steve Mayman. That gap is starting to close now, so we'll see if they can close the gap before the next bell. Mayman's working pretty hard. I'm hearing some noises coming out of that bunch. They're really urging each other on to take a turn and to get the job done. So Graham Ward, big effort from him to close that gap. He spied that they slowed down a tiny bit, took the chance to bring Gabby across. So Gabby and Graham now together. And I would say the whole bunch is back together just in time for the next sprint. Alrighty, we get the bell. Second last sprint of the day for the Omnium Masters 7 Plus and Women's Masters. Graham Ward out of the saddle. He's digging very deep. He's got Petra Anderson. No, that's Gabby Thomas right on his wheel. Meanwhile, Jerry O'Connell out in front. So Jerry for those points. Graham in 2. Gabby takes 3rd place, and 1 point, I believe, there went to Hendren. So into our final 10 laps. Right, the pace is not slowing at all. 95, that's Richard Watson out in front. Richard's got Mayman on his wheel. Mayman doesn't really want to take a turn at this point. He's looking a little bit tired. Graham Ward now inherits the lead. He's quite happy to be there for now. So Petra finds herself out in front. The whole group together. Everyone's staying a little bit high now. Watching each other closely, ready for this last sprint, which is coming up in 6 laps. A whole bunch above the blue line. Richard Watson in front at the moment. Nobody willing to go long with 7 laps to go. It's probably just a little bit too much to ask. Gabby Thomas moving around on the inside. And she's made a liar out of me. Gabby has decided she is going to go. So she starts to tuck in. It's rider 63 from Cairns, Gabby Thomas. She's picked up the speed of the whole bunch, certainly giving them a bit of a shake up there. And now we're going to see attack after attack. So Richard Watson, he has his turn. Gabby in front again, but very high on the track. Petra Anderson just taking the easy road around the bottom. No need to be doing laps up the top and doing an extra 20 metres if you don't need to. Familiar face at the front now. Starts putting the power down too. That's Jerry O'Connell from UQ. He has Gabby Thomas right on his wheel. Steve Mayman not far behind. Shane Hendren right there as well. Not much to split this group at the moment. 3 laps to go. Looks like Jerry's decided to control. He's not swinging up at this point. Approaching our second last lap. So Jerry's done a full lap on the front. Looks like he's made a decision. He's going to stay there for now. Steve Mayman, very comfortable right behind Jerry. Hendren right on his wheel. Ward in 4th. Thomas and Anderson. And then you got Richard Watson in the back of that group. And we get the bell for the very last lap. Graham Ward over the top. Rider 104 from Balmoral. Very, very strong finish from him. Steve Mayman, though, he's been... I reckon he might have been sandbagging. He had more in the tank all along. Steve Mayman absolutely pinning it for that last corner. Mayman's going to take line honours. Hendren in 2nd. Gabby Thomas 3rd. And Rider 104 Graham Ward in 4th. So that's the final lot of points. And we'll keep an eye on the scoreboard and see how that translates. I think Jerry O'Connell, unassailable lead there. So that concludes the Omnium Masters Men 7+ and Women's Masters 2 to 5. Just wait for the final scores to appear up on the scoreboard. And yeah, final sprint, Steve Mayman for the win, Shane Hendren second, Gabrielle Thomas third, and Graham Ward fourth. Showing double points there, but I believe they're only single points scored. As indeed they are. So Jerry O'Connell got pretty close there to Shane Hendren in the end. So Jerry on 133, Shane Hendren 121, Steve Mayman 111. So Steve, great finish there to bring himself up above Graham Ward on 107. Petra Anderson 104, Gabrielle Thomas 103, and Watson 90 and McGrath 48. So super, super close race there. Top six with only just 30 points separating the top six. It's not unusual to see 30 points separating 1 and 2. So very, very close racing. And that concludes the Omnium Masters. We've got a bit more junior racing still to come. Couple of scratchings in the juniors. I think a couple of our stars going off for photo shoots. Right, looks like righto, so we're doing a little flying 500 now. 2 up, flying 500. So William and Flynn are going to do this. So I assume that's 1 lap each with a flying entry. So Flynn putting his sprinter's legs on today. Normally doing a lot of enduro riding, but every race today has been a sprint. In fact, they just gave him twice as many sprints to try to make up for the fact that he missed out on an enduro ride. Doesn't seem to be hurting him though. And William getting a PB of a 10.9 this morning on his flying 200. So a good day out for both of these boys. Out of the saddle. Nice and early there for Flynn. He really wants to get this wound up. All right, and in he goes. So Williams drops in. Clock starts. He's tucked in. He's got one more lap to go. So the first 250 is a 13.2 from Will. So he's going to have to do a bit of training to do his kilo, Will. So this is at least halfway there. 28.6 for the flying 500. So pretty good times there from Will, led in by Flynn. Is this junior scratch coming up?
So, we're doing a bunch of match sprints for the little kids.
Roger. Alrighty, so we've got some match sprints coming up for the kids. Just to keep you guessing at home.
We're calling up the masters. Once you finish warming up, get friends
So there's not too many rides left to go for the juniors. So Masters, make sure you're ready for your presentations. They'll do that very shortly after the junior racing finishes. The Masters, don't go too far. All right, looks like we got Judd Larkins and Winter. So whistle goes. Judd leads away. Winter Bradshaw in second wheel. Very slow start from Judd. Winter had the brakes on for sure then. You had that this morning? You had that there this morning.
This was my coffee that he bought me, but I didn't get to eat it. It's usually Saturday. Right there now.
Kids are getting very slow. They got the whistle. They need to stay above walking pace for the first half a lap. So a bit of a learning one for the kids there, for Winter and Judd. For those playing at home, you must stay above walking pace in the first half a lap. So you often see a commissaire literally just walking along next to them, and if the riders fall behind, the whistle goes. So that's what we've seen, and the riders will start again. It's much better to learn that here than at the Olympics. See a bit of a head shake from Quarantine Corner up there. Right, whistle goes and we're off again. This time Winter is in the front. Judd second wheel. Distinctly higher pace this time. Right, and they go up. As soon as they cross that white line, they decide to slow right down. So good skills there from our youngest kids. Some track stands going on. I'm not quite sure if they knew what the purpose of the track stand was. It didn't really change much. Anyway, Judd's out in front now. Winter holding Judd very high. These two not scared of a little bit of contact. Pretty sure there's a bit of BMX heritage in both of those. Elbows are good. Winter just holding Judd on the hip. As the race just gets a little bit faster, she's keeping the wheel just in front. He's not letting Judd drop down. Every time he looks at it, she just picks up the pace some more. So now Judd's got the height. Can he get over the top of Winter? He's not quite as aero, but he's got just enough horsepower to get over the top. So Winter sits up, and Judd is going to finish this one and take the win. So great to see both juniors with such excellent skills. I think that's about race number 27 for Winter this weekend, along with some weightlifting. Righto, next up I can see Evie and Isla coming up for a matchy. So Isla probably hasn't done very many match sprints yet. This will be, you can definitely be able to count on one hand the number of times she's practiced a match sprint. So a great opportunity for her to get some time on the track doing those things. So Evie's going to take first wheel, Isla in 2. They roll off, 3 laps to go. Interesting mix these two with Evie has a lot of experience, but is riding the smaller gear and a little bit less horsepower. Isla, very new to the sport, slightly heavier gear, a little bit more power. So this race could go anyway. Isla keeping it simple, cruising around on the black line, keeping an eye on Evie. Lap and a half to go. Evie's out of the saddle, head over the bars, driving forward, picks up the speed. Isla doesn't even get out of the saddle, but manages to pick up the speed nonetheless. Evie over the top. Let's see if Isla can get on her wheel. She's working very hard, and I think she might even be able to get that wheel. Certainly has not given up. So Evie Rose, Henderson Cunnington is going to take the win on this one. Isla Tompkinson for 2. Looks like we have a 3-up matchy coming up next. That'll be Austin, Milan and Whitfield, I think. Right, we've got our 3 riders ready to go. Whistle goes, and Austin leads away. Milan number 115 in 2, and Whitfield 3. Not a lot of tactics here. This is a 3-lap sprint, I reckon, for these kids. Right, riders haven't changed their positions at this point. So Austin Tompkinson still in the lead. Milan Klein second wheel. Whitfield in third wheel, but he's not content with that. Whitfield gets up out of the saddle, starts to push hard. Has to go pretty high though because Milan sends him up, which is just a little bit too far for Whitfield to carry. Bell goes. Austin still holding the lead, but Milan really wants this. He's getting down low. I tell you what, that big long track at Bundy, I think might have assisted here. Milan able to carry the top speed for a little bit longer than the other two. So Milan for the win. Oh, too close to pick for second and third between Austin and Whitfield. Great little ride from those boys. Looks like we've got 2 Larkins coming up next. Just because I haven't done enough riding today. This will be sprint number, 15 for Flynn. Judd probably about the same. Hey Flynn, show no mercy, mate. Show no mercy. Clearly no size advantage at all with these guys. Very equal footing. Whistle blows, Flynn leads them out. Judd content to sit in behind. So Judd trying to hold his big brother up against the fence. He's going to need to exert a little bit more force than that if he wants to achieve the goal. Rightio, 1.5 laps to go. The Larkins duo. Flynn goes down underneath Judd. Catches him napping. Tell you what though, Judd is doing a very, very good job hanging on to Flynn. I'm looking at Flynn's gearing. I suspect Flynn may have had to gear down to under 15 gearing. Yes, he has. There we go, we've just spotted it. So Flynn is actually revving at about 250 RPM right now, trying to keep those legs moving. Lovely way of handicapping to make that even. So Flynn takes the win, but only just. Looks like he's on 6.1 metres. Trying to make it fair. Good job, Judd. You nearly had him. You don't see big legs like that moving at that speed very often. Right, I believe we've just got 2 more match sprints and then we'll head on to the presentations for the Omnium. So this is the Bradshaw family match sprint. Harley adopting stealth mode straight away. Winter was looking back for a sec too. I'm not sure who she was hoping to see behind her. Some good skills from the Bradshaw kids. So Harley now in front, keeping a close eye on Winter. I'm sure these two aren't competitive at breakfast time at all. Winter just keeping the wheel in front of Harley, holding him up against the wall. She's not going too far in front. Oh no, he does manage to drop in behind. So Harley for the big drop. Winter right on his wheel though. She's having a look, see if she can come around. Very close together. Winter right out of the saddle. think Winter might be on a slightly lower gear as well. She's probably on a 6.1 to Harley's 7. Pretty close finish in the end. Harley for the win. Rightio, I think we have our last match sprint for the day, and then we'll head over to Omnium presentations. So our Masters people, if you want to make sure that you are prepared for a presentation, that will be up after this match sprint is completed. So this is round 3 of sibling rivalry. We've had the Larkins, we've had the Bradshaws, and now we've got the Henderson-Cunnington duo of Whitfield and Evie Rose. Righto, Whitfield leads away. There'll be no truck standing here for Whitfield. He's just going to go. Two laps to go. Evie up on the blue line, giving herself a bit of room to go around if she needs to. Whitfield, look at him push her up. Great skills from little Whitfield there. One of the smallest riders on the Velodrome today. Not afraid to use the whole track. Coming in for the bell. Whitfield drops first. So Whitfield absolutely flying at the front there. Evie now decides that it's her turn to pick up the pace. Just comes over Whitfield's shoulder. Oh, it's going to be very close. Evie takes the win. Great riding from the Henderson-Cunnington duo. That concludes our racing for today. And we'll head over to presentations for the Omnium Masters very shortly. we could have one of the juniors go and assist handing out medals too, that'd be great. Any of our junior kids who've just done 25 match sprints, if you'd like to head over and assist with some medal presentations, that would be much appreciated. What order are we doing these presentations in?
Yeah. Oh, it was.
I'm just trying to get some better music.
Oh, it may not be because it was on with my phone.
Oh, okay.
And then my phone has just died.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Fucking cares this time of the day.
Yeah, there's no.
I've got to do a new playlist for Bear.
Yeah, it's literally whatever he's downloaded from. There's a kid's playlist one that they
Does anyone know the order that we're doing these in? Does anyone know the order of these, please? Just confirming the order.
Hand you over to race director.
Thank you.
Can I get you to do Masters 2 to 6 men and then the 7 plus men and the women as well? So in that order, if that's okay.
Righto, Masters 2 first. Righto, let's get these presentations underway. So Masters 2, first place, Luca Rocci.
Masters 3 to the podium as well.
Roger. And if we'd have Masters 3 to the podium as well, in the first place, Scott Smith. So, a round of applause for Luca and Scott, Masters 2 and 3 champions. Righto, next up, Masters 4, in third place, Peter Macris. Second place, Matthew Wynn. And the winner, Masters 4, Cameron Douglas Savage. Right, congrats to our Masters 4 riders. Next up, Masters 5. In second place, Chris Weir. And your winner of Masters 5, Andrew Matheson. Okay, moving on to Masters 6. In second place, Andrew Moore. And your winner of Masters 6, Jay Doraboom. Alrighty, congratulations to Master 6. Moving on to Master 7. In third place, Robert McGrath. In second place, Graham Ward. And your winner of Masters 7, Shane Hendren. Congratulations, Masters 7. Right, Masters 8 on his own, but always out the front, Jerry O'Connell. Congrats, Jerry. Righto, Masters 9. In second place, Richard Watson. And on the top step, Steve Mayman. Congratulations, gentlemen. And moving on to the women, Masters 4, the winner, Gabrielle Thomas. And let's get the winner of Masters 5 up to share that podium. Masters 5 winner, Petra Anderson. So these two travelled all the way from Cairns, only women in the field, and also the furthest distance travelled. So huge round of applause. Thank you for coming, ladies. Right, that concludes the presentations. Huge thanks to our volunteers. Thank you to our commissaires. Thanks to the live streaming crew.
Thank you, team.
No worries. And big thanks to those of you who've travelled far and wide to come here this weekend. We'll see you next time at AMV.